The Houston Community College Board of Trustees meeting will begin soon. Please wait.
This is a call to order for the Audit Committee. I am Prieta Vanderbilt Stallworth, Chair of the Audit Committee for 2025. The other committee members are Trustees Lalu Davies, Monica Flores Reichard, and alternate our Chair Eva Laredo. The meeting of the Audit Committee for February 5th, 2025 will now come to order at
1:17 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens who signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. We have our topics for discussion and/or action. We have one item coming before the committee, item A, the Internal Audit Status Report. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Board Committee on Internal Audit. With your permission, Madam Chair, Mr. Terrence Corrigan, Internal Auditor, will provide the Internal Audit Status Report and also review the follow-up report on audit observations from previously completed audits. Mr. Corrigan.
So this is a regular scheduled status report per the Audit Committee calendar, and it provides you with details about the status of our work against the audit plan for fiscal year 2025. So it also provides you with information on progress made against observations in our audit reports, and it also provides you with the information on the one remaining item from the McKenzie-Jones report on grants, which the last item is automating the grants process. And as I understand it now, they plan on going live with that new automation for the grants in May of this year. And so with that, I'll throw it open for any questions that you have about the presentation and information I provided.
Are there any questions? We want to thank you for our internal audit status reports. They are very disciplined, very detailed. This helps the Board of Trustees to make very defined decisions. You all cover all of the bases, and we are just very happy that we are able to read it, understand it, have peace about it, and move on. So thank you so very much. Is there anything you'd like to add, sir?
No, it's all there, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the information that's there.
Well, we'd like to say it is good to see you. It's glad to have you back.
Thank you.
So we are done with item A. Thank you so much. We will now move to item B, Orientation Internal Audit in our charters. Mr. Corrigan?
So this report, in my opinion, is the most important report that I do to the Audit Committee each year. It provides you with information. It's an overview of the internal audit function. It provides you with information of what we're all about. It also provides you with information about our people and their qualifications that our people possess. But more importantly, in this thing, we go over the charter, and the charter is the most important thing to internal audit. Without a charter, we aren't a function. So we need, I provided you with the information on basically revising the charters to comply with the new global internal audit standards. And so on the tracked versions of the, with the revisions, everything that's added to the charter to get it to conform with the new standards is in green, and everything that's removed is in red. In that attachment that you have that has the revisions. So you have the current charter, you have the charter with the revisions, and then you have what the charter looks like after you put the revisions in. And then the same thing for the audit committee charter. It does the same thing. And so it's a lot of information to consume, and we know when we bring these charters to you in February that it's a lot to consume, so we leave that information with you until April. And in April, we come back and ask you to approve the charters. But that being said, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about the information I provided at this time.
Are there any questions? Can you share with the board that I think that Trustee Wilson had a concern about us being aligned with the global charter, but you made it clear to us that we were actually ahead of that curve. Is that correct?
Well, in actual practice, the majority of the things that they did in coming up with the new, what they call new standards, was they merged 3 or 4 different documents that they had into one standard. So we used to have a standard for ethics. We had an ethics code, and then we had responsibilities, and then we had the guidance. And then they took all those documents and merged them into one standard and just put it all in one. So we were already doing most of these things, but some of the things they want us to do now, in the charter, they want it actually to say that it's a mandate from the board that we do the work we do. So you'll see in the charter now, it says mandate. I'm not sure that Trustee Wilson liked that. But you know, they pretty much are telling us that we really need to say that the board is mandating internal audit to do this work. So the majority of the things we're already doing, but there are some things that they are asking the board to do, which I would have to present to you, is for you to review things like our strategic plan, our quality improvement, continuous quality improvement program for you to review, and our budget to review. And they actually would prefer that you look at my compensation and review that, and look at my job description and make sure you're in alignment with what my job description says. So they're asking the board to give input into all those things.
And we do that, correct? We actually follow that.
Well, I don't know if you ever looked at my compensation before, but all these other things you look at.
Well, we glanced at it. We know the compensation. Well, Chancellor, we might have to work on compensation. This team has worked tirelessly, and I noticed that there is a vacant position, but I also noticed that we're a little light in terms of the number of employees. This is a massive undertaking, and our internal audit has done a yeoman's job of establishing this document and following procedures that are just now catching up from the global side, because you all have always had these standards that you have maintained.
We have been trying to do these things already. So I'll let you know the position to replace the senior internal auditor has already been approved, so it will be posted soon, and we'll get another person in there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Thank you so much. You all always take great care of us, and internal audit and risk management and data analytics have done an extraordinary job as a trifecta. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item C will be discussed in open and closed session. So therefore, we will take the agenda out of order and move to item D, the report on quarterly control and compliance attestation. This is a report item, no action required. Chancellor Fort Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This item is the quarterly compliance attestation presented with the intent to enhance the atmosphere of trust and accountability between the college administration, members of the Board of Trustees, and the public. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Nicole Montgomery, Interim General Counsel, will come to the podium to answer all questions. Dr. Montgomery.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair, Trustees, before you is the quarterly attestation for period September 1, 2024 through November 30th, 2024. We had 4 attestations. All have been fully mitigated and are not going to be reported to the board. 1 was previously reported to the board in closed session. Otherwise, we'll take any questions.
Are there any questions? There are no questions. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, we will move to a closed session? Is it time for us to move to closed session? And the meeting of the Audit Committee will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, 551.072, and or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act. As stated in the notice of this meeting, should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting adjourned to a closed session at
1:29 p.m.
Microphone.
1:54 p.m.
We will now consider any motions, including recommendations to the board for action regarding the agenda items. There were no recommendations, there were no actions. We appreciate the report that was submitted by Chief Ramirez and, is it Vice Chancellor? Vice Chancellor Bob McCracken. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was very thorough, and we are very pleased with what is going on in our policing. So now, the Audit Committee meeting will now adjourn at
1:55 p.m.
Okay, I'm going to start since we're a little bit behind. Okay, hello, I'm Monica Flores-Reichart, Chair of the Board Governance Committee for 2025. The other committee members are Trustee Chan Chiban, Dave Wilson, and alternate Trustee Lalu Davis. The meeting of the Board Governance Committee for February 5th, 2025 will now come to order at
1:55 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Opportunity for public comment. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Board Governance Committee today. Topics for discussion and or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, proposed revisions to contact information in EO/TIX policies?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the Board Governance Committee. The administration asks for the board's approval of the proposed revision to contact information in EO Title IX policies. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Nicole Montgomery, Interim General Counsel, will present the proposed revision to contact information EEO and Title IX policies. Dr. Montgomery.
Thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair, Trustees, as the Chancellor indicated, we're bringing today proposed revisions to our Title IX and equal opportunity policies. I would like to indicate there are no substantive changes being made to these policies. We're only updating the information for the Title IX coordinator and Section 504 coordinator. I will also note that we're carefully monitoring changes in the law and anticipate bringing back these policies at a later time once the law is settled on the issues covered in the policies. With that, I'll take any questions.
Ms. Montgomery, may I just, to clarify, we have a legal duty
Yes.
to update these names.
We are required by law.
So if we do not update these names, we could potentially have some exposure because we have not updated those names in the policies.
That is correct, Trustee, and also it would have confusion across the college system, so that way all of our HCC community will know exactly who to contact for our Title IX coordinator and Section 504 coordinator.
And this is just general turnover of personnel kind of issue?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we're now going to vote on the item.
I don't have a laptop, so I'll just vote
Oh.
in favor.
Okay. He's in favor, so. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Gave a verbal vote. I don't know if that.
Okay, so I'll be over here. All right.
The vote passed 3-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item B, BBC Local Policy Elections Reporting Campaign Funds?
So moved.
I'll second it. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Board Governance Committee. The administration requests your approval of BBC Local Policy Elections Reporting Campaign Funds. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Nicole Montgomery, Interim General Counsel, will come to the podium, and she's still there, to answer all questions.
Thank
Dr.
you,
Montgomery.
Chancellor. This is a new policy that we're very excited about. This policy will preserve the ability of trustees to file campaign finance reports by in person or by mail, but also allow you to file them electronically. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions from any of my fellow trustees?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Trustee Temez?
Yes, I just wanted to say I think this is really great, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The voting passed with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Thank you, fellow board members. This meeting will now be adjourned at
2:01 p.m.
And stop when we're supposed to originally.
Good afternoon. I am not Trustee Cynthia Lettengary, standing in though for her as not the chair of the External Relations Committee for 2025. The other committee members are Trustees Laulu Davies, myself, and Dr. Cynthia Lettengary, alternate Trustee Adriana Temez. The meeting of the External Relations Committee for February 5th, 2025 will now come to order at
2:04 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the External Relations Committee today. We have one item coming before the committee. Item A, report on external relations activities. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Trustee Teben, and members of the Board External Relations Committee. This item is provided as a report item on state and federal relations matters to include current and anticipated events. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Ramel Young, Vice Chancellor of External and Governmental Relations, to come to the podium and answer all board members' questions. Dr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share information about our external relations activities. We are almost 1 month into the legislative session, 9 more days, and we would have been here for 1 month. This session is off, fast-paced and moving. We are tracking, as of the 23rd, we were tracking 293 bills. We're up to 350 bills, and we're making those available to our internal subject matter experts so they can analyze those and tell us what's high priority, low priority, or no priority. And so that's where we are in the bill tracking, and we'll bring those forward to the board when those bills elevate, go into the various committees, and we'll identify those that we believe should be coming before you so that you'll have some idea of where we are, what we're doing with respect to bill tracking and how it might impact HCC and our sector. The leadership. We do have leadership installed in the Senate. Of course, we have a Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, Senator Dan Patrick, and the House recently, in the last several weeks, put in a new speaker. We have a new Speaker of the House, Representative Dustin Burrows. Representative Burrows is a lawyer from Lubbock. He assumes that position. What has not happened yet is we do not have any committee assignments out of the House, and so we do anticipate that occurring hopefully by next week, and then we'll be off and running in the House. But no standing committees, chairs have been established. We don't have any committee assignments.
Mr. Chair? May I? Yes. Mr. Young, I think it's important to note or for you to confirm that there will be no Democrat chairs for any of the committees. Is that true?
That is correct. That is the word that's come forward. There will be no Democratic chairs over the committees that come out of the House. That is, in fact, the statement.
Exactly.
Yes.
I think it's important to note for the record, okay?
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Standing committees for our sector are finance and higher education, and I'll speak to finance. The Senate Finance Committee comprised of about 15 people here, 3 that come from our legislative delegation: the chairperson, Senator Joan Huffman, Senator Carol Alvarado, and Senator Paul Bettencourt are the persons who represent the area that we have jurisdiction over. So the Senate Finance Committee will meet tomorrow at 9:00 a.m. They will cover Article 3. Article 3 is our article, higher education. On that agenda is the public junior college sector's budget. They'll be dealing with SB1. SB1 is the bill that's coming forward first. They alternate which houses, which chamber these bills come from, the general appropriations bill. Last session it was HB1. This year it's SB1 coming out of the Senate. We will have an HB1, but the Senate is driving the appropriations bill. And key here is that we have 3 persons on this committee. So all those items related to funding, we would certainly want to be talking with Senator Huffman, Alvarado, and Bettencourt, and the remainder, of course, of the committee. Kind of a reconfigured committee, a standing committee in the Senate, is the Senate Committee on Education, K through 16. You may recall that last legislative session, K through 12 was in a public ed committee. It has now been combined. We have no one from our delegation in this particular committee, but close. Well, actually, we do. We have Senator Bettencourt on this committee, and then up north we have Senator Brendan Creighton, who's the chairperson of this committee. Community college appropriations for the biennium 26-27. General appropriations in HB1 and SB1 are the same, $2.426 billion. These amounts include the base tier. You'll recall that the base tier is about 5% of there's a combined base tier and performance tier. As filed, both HB1 and SB1, the base tier and performance tier have $119.5 million, and the total amount is $2.27 billion for these bills. So a lot of money has been estimated from the Comptroller's Office, $194.6 billion the state has to fund agencies, courts, and, of course, our sector, the higher education sector. This is revenue that the lawmakers have available for state programs and services, inclusive of a $24 billion leftover from the 2024-25 fiscal years. So a lot of revenue to be looked at, appropriated, and so we are having our first opportunity to witness that tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Article 3.
Any questions, trustees? Ramel,
Yes.
I have a question.
Sure.
I know you mentioned Senator Bettencourt. Do we have a strong relationship with him?
We do have a rapport with Senator Bettencourt. Our relationships are varied. We have people who work with us, and we try to place those people in place to speak with those who would have more in common with a particular member. And so we strategically work in that manner to ensure that we have some influence, or at least have the opportunity to go in and state our case. And we've been able to do that successfully, I believe.
Any other questions?
Pardon over.
Trustee Cheban had his hand up.
Oh, go for it.
And I may be scooping you here, Trustee Davies, but less of a question and more of a recognition. Just wanted to thank you, Dr. Young, your staff, the faculty chaperones, as well as the HCC students that joined us on Monday. I had a phenomenal time. And just to show the impact that our students had, one of the offices that we visited, they sent me a note the very next day saying how impressed they were with our students and wanted to know how they could get more information and help. So just phenomenal effort by you and your team, and of course a shining moment for our HCC students, as they always shine when they're put in such situations. So thank you so much.
And I would be remiss for not covering that, and I will cover that because we had a fabulous day in my estimation on Monday. But I'll reserve. I'll go through the committee. I'll point it up when we get to that point of the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, my question was just going to be, weren't you in Austin this week? But you.
We were definitely in Austin. We were in Austin in a big way on Monday, thanks to the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor, and our students. And we'll make sure that we take care of that in this report. So we have the base budget bill, and there's a formula side and there's a non-formula side. And here we're talking about the Resiliency Center. Resiliency Center is a non-formula project that we've been working on. We've been successful over the last 4 sessions in getting those dollars appropriated. In both of the budget bills, HB1 and SB1, those dollars are there for deliberation purposes. That's a good start out of the gate. We have those dollars in HB1, $2.375 million for the Resiliency Center. So that item will get some consideration from the Appropriations Committee. Well, Senate Finance. In the Senate, it will be Senate Finance. We are on track. We are in February, and Community College Day was held on Monday, and we had great participation from our students. We had over 40 students, about 47 students. We had chaperones, we had trustees, and we descended upon the Capitol in a big way. Our students were well received. They told their compelling stories, and I'm glad to hear that we've heard back from some of those officers about what the things they had to say. They represented HCC prior to our going. We met, we shared our legislative agenda, so they were armed with the knowledge to be able to articulate what it is HCC was doing, how HCC was impacting positively their lives, and interweaving those stories into what we were asking about. So I don't know if we have any of those folks in the room. Marlon Anderson, if you can just wave your hand if you went to Community College Day. And our trustees, so we really appreciate you all for taking the time to out of your schedules to support the work that we do, and we hope and we believe we're on the right path. We certainly being diligent about it. We thank the Chancellor for her leadership. On Monday, we had a chance to go into the Lieutenant Governor's office to speak about initiatives that are important to HCC. So we talk to everybody. No stone is left unturned, and we are really appreciative for the folks who are joining us in that effort. Trustees, we will be doing something similar beginning Sunday in Washington. So we'll visit with our congressional delegation at the National Legislative Summit that begins for some of you on Saturday and perhaps even Friday, but we'll be there from the 9th through the 12th. The National Legislative Summit, of course, there's a lot going on at the federal level that I'm sure you're reading about. We're learning like you're learning about what's going to be there, what maybe won't be there, but we will be in Washington this coming week. That is the report for the External Relations Committee. We just say thank you once again. We appreciate your help and look forward to working with you as we traverse the 89th legislative session and the 119th Congress.
Thank you so much, Ramel, for what you do, and thank you for that update. But I'm going to say, if you're going to Washington, D.C., you better make sure you have some good walking shoes.
Yes, please. Lots of walking.
Madam Chair, if I might just add another comment. Dr. Young, thank you for the presentation. I think one of the pieces of legislation that's up for consideration this session is going to be House Bill 1709, which is the AI bill, which is Texas' attempt to pass the nation's first artificial intelligence set of regulatory policies that could really stand a chance of leading the nation. I want to acknowledge Dr. Michael Webster, who, you can wave, let people know that you're here.
That's right.
Chancellor, he, myself, Rodney Nathan, we were all at the Texas Lyceum's AI conference where we had a chance to interact with Senators Parker and Representative Capriglione. Representative Capriglione is the House sponsor of that bill. I think it's remarkable that HCC has the nation's first baccalaureate degree offering at a community college. And I think it's important that we continue to lean in on that conversation, everything from the level 2 certificates to applied associates of applied science all the way through the baccalaureate. So I think it's just an important conversation. Dr. Webster pulled together pretty quickly a 2-pager that really has become something that we think the external relations efforts can really rally around, to use that as a briefing document. Representative Capriglione has specifically invited HCC to come weigh in on that conversation and to give them some recommendations. So we look forward to engaging further in that process. And I also want to acknowledge that Trustee Wilson was with us in Austin for Community College Day, Trustee Cheban, myself, and Trustee Laredo.
Excellent. May I, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I was delighted to get the update from you, Trustee Davies, and also from Dr. Webster as well, to get the briefing, and I was really absolutely delighted to see the details associated with the outcome of that meeting. I would also like to express our sincere condolences to the Tamiz family. As you know, with the airplane disaster in the Potomac, that he had a family member who was aboard. And so given that that is a part of our external relations as well, we want to certainly acknowledge that family, as well as all of the other families as well who suffered a loss, but particularly to outreach strategies in the loss of Mr. Tamiz's family member. So thank you so very, very much for listening, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any other comments, trustees? Well, thank you so much again, Ramel.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay. If there are no other comments or discussions, the meeting of the External Relations Committee will now adjourn at
2:18 p.m.
Members are Trustee Adriana Tamez, Prieta Vanderbilt Stallworth, and alternate Sean Cheban. The meeting of the Marketing Committee for February 5th, 2025 will come to order at
2:19 p.m.
The meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with board services. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the marketing committee today. Topics for discussion. We will discuss item A, update on online college outreach and engagement. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chair, members of the Board Marketing Committee. This is, as the Honorable Dave Wilson said, Chair, the discussion item that provides an update on online college outreach and engagement. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Jerome Drain, President of the HCC Online College, to answer all questions. Dr.
Thank
Drain.
you, Chancellor, Committee Chair, Trustees. I am honored to present to you an update about the great work of the online college. Unlike my colleagues with physical campuses, we don't have buildings that you drive past or those facilities where we host community and student events, but nonetheless, HCC Online College serves individuals across the district and beyond. As you can see, our current enrollment is over 30,000. As of this morning, we are 8 students short of 32,000 students. So we're really excited about the online courses that we offer, as well as the programs that we offer. So why do students choose our online? Well, we emphasize our accessibility as well as our affordability. So we know that our students are able to take their classes online anytime and anywhere. There's one program that I do want to highlight, and that is our One Now program. In the One Now program, students essentially are able to take one course at a time, 5 weeks, and those students that are normally part-time, we know majority of our students are part-time, they're able to complete one of the 3 programs in 2 years. So really excited about this particular program. In the online college, we are also responsible for our Center of Excellence of Academics, and those include all of our academic semester credit hour type programs, and you see the list before you. So when we look at nationally what is happening with online education, we see that 26% of the U.S. college students are fully online, but there's only 4.6% of the students that actually own an associate's degree. We know that we have competitors that are entering our market. Western Governors University, they have 150,000 students. Southern New Hampshire, an online university, they have 145,000. They are in our state. They are recruiting our students. We also know that our competitors, local competitors, they're starting to engage more heavily in this space as well. So we have to be ready. We have district support. And in the district support of communications, we have had various opportunities to really highlight and promote the work that we do in the online college. So thank you to our district team for really making sure that the online college is well promoted and advertised. In addition, we've been able to hire temporarily a part-time communications director. And I'm so glad to have Michelle Castro as our interim communications director. Using her contacts, we've been able to be on local media multiple times. So once again, getting the message out about the great work that we are doing online. In addition, we had our community partnership meeting. So remember, everything that we do in the online environment is virtual. So we are able to engage with our community partners in very different ways than our traditional on-campus types of events. These events are well attended. At our community partnership meeting, we had individuals from the United Way of Greater Houston, the United States Department of Labor, the University of Houston downtown. So other entities are recognizing the work that we do in the online environment. Student engagement is really, really important as well. So we actively engage our students in social activities. And we do that through the same types of activities that are on campus. It's just done in the virtual world. So we have a very strong academic advising that reach out to our students, as well as student services that promote activities with our students. So what's next? So moving forward, our marketing strategy for HCC Online College aims to achieve essentially 3 key objectives. We want to enhance awareness, we want to increase enrollment, and establish a reputation for excellence. And before I close, I'd like to recognize the team from the Online College and the Center of Excellence of Academics. I ask that all of our faculty and staff members that are here please stand. It really is the hard work of the team that allows for us to very successfully administer 30,000 to 30,000 students. It is the hard work that they do behind me. So at this point, this concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, are there any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Go ahead.
I would like for us to, I would like for us to entertain or bring back to the table the newsletters that we send out and the content in those letters. I mean, we have an opportunity also in terms of ourselves and how we market this college. And so I just want to ask the chair that, in the very near future, that we bring back that to the table and have those conversations in our committee.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your request. Would you mind repeating it?
For us to review, content or how we're using our newsletters as a board.
The
individual
newsletter.
newsletters that go out to market this college and the content of those letters. I want us to revisit that, Mr. Chair, please.
Sounds good. Any other comments?
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
When was the last time we had a newsletter sent out? I haven't seen one in a while.
August, is that correct?
It was August? Okay.
Yeah, we really need to, that's one of the things that, as I mentioned to Mr. Chair, that we really need to get that back on track and for us to be really comfortable with what that looks like and what's in them. And we're again, we, in each of our areas, our districts, can truly promote this college in a very powerful way if we really truly were effective with that newsletter. I just don't think it's very effective right now, and it's no one's fault. It's time for us as a committee to bring that back. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. I think that's a very good tool to use to help market. There's a lot of tools and a lot of things we can use for that. And the other thing, that sticks out in my mind is the fact that you talk about the competition with New Hampshire and Phoenix and whomever. And we are going to have to take a hard look at our marketing program, make sure we're spending our marketing dollars well, and they're connecting, not just spending them. We need to make sure they're connecting with our future customers, our students, and because it's not going to get any better in my mind, it's going to get worse. So we need to be real proactive and promoting the school. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Marketing Committee meeting adjourns at
2:29 p.m.
I have one more minute for this next committee meeting. I did want to apologize to my colleagues. I had surgery yesterday. Finally, I hope it's the last one for my clavicle bone. So if you'll bear with me. And thank you for. And Student Affairs Committee for 2025. The other committee members are Trustees Sean Sheehan, Cynthia and Dr. Cynthia Litton-Gary, and our alternate is Trustee Eva Laredo. The meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee for February 5th, 2025 will now come to order at
2:30 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. This is the time as well when citizens desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form. It's 24 hours prior to this meeting, and you file that said application with Board Services in that office. I am being informed that there are no citizens signed up to before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee today. Sharon, can you confirm that, please?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. We have one approval item and about three report items. So we're going to start with item A, which is to approve the honorary degrees for 2025. Can I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Dr. Ford Fisher, if you can introduce the item, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Board Committee on Academic and Student Affairs. This item, Madam Chair, requests board members' approval of honorary degree recipients for the 2025 spring commencement ceremony. The coordinating board has granted permission for the degrees to be awarded at the baccalaureate degree level since HCC is now a level 2 institution. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor for Instruction and Student Services, to come to the podium to address the item further and to answer all questions raised by board members. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair and Trustees, you have before you the names of the 6 nominees that have been given to you by each of the trustees. And I'll read you the names. I won't read the description. I'll go ahead and read the names so that we know who they are, and the description is within your packet. But the first one is Dr. Vicky Cruz. She was nominated by Dr. Adriana Tamez from District 3. The Honorable Ed Emmett, nominated by Trustee Sean Sheehan, District 5. Mary Grace Landrum, nominated by Trustee Dave Wilson, District 6. Bertie Kelly, nominated by Dr. Cynthia Linton-Gary, District 7. Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, nominated by Trustee Eva Laredo, District 8. And also Ms. Lauren Anderson, nominated by Dr. Margaret Ford Fisher, our Chancellor. Any questions on these that you want me to add on here?
Yeah, any questions?
No question.
Maybe now ready to, I'm sorry, is there a question?
No.
No. Okay, being none, we're now ready to vote on item A.
Dr. Tamez, we need to receive
Yes,
your...
I'm sorry, that's yes for me.
Thank you. Voting has concluded. The vote passed with 3-0.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, we have a report item. There is no action required here. Item B, a report on the market demand for existing pathways. Dr. Ford Fisher, will you introduce the item, please?
Indeed. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair, members of the board committee. This is a report item that highlights labor market trends for awards and pathways currently offered at HCC. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor for Instruction and Student Services, and Dr. Miguel Ramos, Vice Chancellor of Instruction, to answer all questions. Dr. Perez, Dr. Ramos.
Thank you, Chancellor and Madam Chair and trustees. This presentation explores the labor market demand for existing instructional pathways at HCC, leveraging like-CAS labor market data to elevate program viability. By analyzing key metrics such as job growth rates, annual job openings, regional completions, and the automation index, we aim to identify opportunities and challenges within our educational offerings. The insights gained will inform strategic decisions to align our programs with evolving market needs, ultimately enhancing student outcomes and workforce readiness. So at this time, again, you have the presentation, and so Dr. Ramos and I are here if you wish to ask any questions regarding regarding what you've seen.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, I've got one question.
Yes, sir.
And I apologize for not sending this in advance. It just has been rolling around my head for a couple days and I never got it on paper. Really excited to see that the raw data showed about some of the fields that our pathways serve that are really booming. I know there were a few that were in the high teens and the 20s. I think the solar installation tech at 22%. I mean, that's just a big number. At some near future date, it would be really helpful to understand what HCC's process is for rapidly scaling our programs, so that we can, as we get pings from folks in the community about, hey, we've got this need, how quickly can you expand your program to serve it, employers and so forth, it'd be good for us to be able to represent the high level and then connect them with the right person in the administration. Also highlight that this flanges up so nicely with what we heard at the Greater Houston Partnership annual meeting on Friday with one of their two big kind of anchor initiatives this year being focus on workforce and really creating a more connected ecosystem between employers, communities that need employment, and community colleges. So I'm just curious to hear some quick thoughts from you on that, Dr. Perez.
Okay, will do.
Dr. Ramos?
I can do it. Any other comments? Yes.
Dr. Ramos?
Oh, sure. Yes, and thank you for the comments. So generally, everything funnels through our office in the Curriculum Center, but we get questions from presidents, program directors. There is a constant churn. I think at one of the community partnership meetings, I mentioned that this year we had almost 100 different changes at the program level. So what the board sees in terms of approvals of degrees, that's really the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of curricular changes in books, textbooks, particular courses are sitting out to address market needs that happen at a very, very granular level. And so all those conversations begin with the PCs and the faculty and the advisory boards, and then that channels up depending on the level of approvals that are necessary. The board might see some, curriculum councils might see some, but some are just submitted directly to the CB after review from our office. So that is absolutely the way the process works. I also advise folks to think about the particular community need, because oftentimes continuing education is faster on their turnaround than credit, so sometimes it can serve as an incubator for an idea, and then if we need something that will eventually need to transfer, we can move it over to credit, which is a little bit of a longer bureaucratic process.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
But the CE is a faster process, all right, which is really what we tend to go with first. Sorry, trustee.
Yeah. Okay, if there aren't any other questions, our next item to report on is item C. There is no action required here. Dr. Ford Fisher, if you can please introduce the report or the leading indicators update for the fall 2024 end of term, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board committee. This is a report item that provides updates on the leading indicators of student success as of end of term, fall of 2024. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like for Dr. Andrea Burridge, Vice Chancellor of Research and Analytics, to come forward and to provide an overview and to answer questions, Madam Chair. Dr. Burridge.
Thank you. I'm pleased to present an update on the leading indicators in the area of retention and persistence, progression, and dual credit. These measures have shown gains from fall 2024 over fall 2023, reflecting the institution's commitment to student success. As you have the presentation, I'm happy to take questions.
There are none? Okay.
I have one comment,
Thank you.
Trustee Thomas, just really quick.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Burridge, and your team for our partnership and collaboration on this leading indicator series over the last year. I know it started with a bang, and your team worked a pretty stressful week and weekend to pull that first August presentation together. I think the series has been hugely helpful for the board as we just understand and get some more transparency around our student outcomes, which is why we're all here. I'd highly encourage the 2025 committee to consider continuing this series because, again, I think it's brought some very needed and enjoyed visibility to this outstanding performance that we're seeing now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The final item is item D, also a report item, and no action is required. It's the master work plan for 2025 for this committee, for the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. And on this committee, Dr. Fisher, and for our members, it's something that, who put this together since I'm new in this role as chair for 2025?
This was a work of the instructional services area. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to invite Dr. Perez to come forward and to provide an overview and to answer questions. Dr. Perez?
Thank you, Chancellor.
Because I really, and Dr. Perez, yes, for her to present, but I still need to sit down with the committee and with yourself and your team, Dr. Ford Fisher, so that the committee blesses this work plan and it's exactly what it is that we want in this year, okay?
Excellent. We'll be delighted to do that, Madam Chair.
Right.
Thank you.
So the purpose of the list is just to give you some ideas of what we're looking at in terms of presentations, because we like to get a calendar year in terms of the kinds of directions. So this was just information item for you to look at possible topics, but of course we want to hear back from the chair of the committee in terms of what's important. We worked very closely with Trustee Sheben this last year in terms of really being on target and in terms of what he felt the board needed to hear about our program. So that was the focus then, and so I just want us to all be on the same page so that we can be better prepared when we make presentations to the board.
Great.
And Dr. Perez, this is a great start. And Sean, I'm going to say thank you to you because I know how adamant you were about something like this being put in place. And Trustee Tamez, I think it's a great idea for you to want to sit down with the team to actually help make sure we are on board with them and moving in the right direction with this.
Yes, thank you. Are you going to present it, Dr. Pettis, or?
Oh, I was going to be, it's on the packet, so basically it's, if you go back and you start on the first page, we're looking at the month of January, which is what we're presenting to you, which was presented back in January, and we're in the month of February. There is no meeting next month, the month of March, and then you have April, the possible discussions in terms of the dual credit program, the report on the Central College COE programs, and then, of course, report on completion. So we're trying to give you information in regards to the colleges, information in terms of what's going on with instruction, and then, of course, any kind of data to show where we are in different areas of what we do as an institution. So that's been the layout of most months, looking at an instructional presentation and then also looking at a college presentation and data.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pettis. Any questions?
I don't have any additional questions.
I don't have a question, but I do again want to congratulate our students that did make the trip to Austin, and all the chaperones and the whole team. It was very, very successful. And many of the students had never been out of the city. And so they were just amazed at looking at seeing Austin. And I know that the group that went with me, there were 7 students and their chaperone. We gave them pointers on how to address each state rep, and they did an awesome job. At first they were nervous, but once we got through, it was like they were perfect. And so they were so excited. And I just want to thank again Ramel and the team that put it all together. It was great. This is something that I know that in the academic committee we've been asking. We said we need them to see the students at work, because that's how I think that's going to make an impact. And I think that they'll look at the students, hear the student stories, and consider maybe funding this more. So, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You know,
I ditto that. Go ahead.
I do too, Trustee Tamez, because, excuse me, they could better tell the story than we can. Coming from us, we're the board, they're the administration, but the student, it's their lives. So they can tell the real story, and it has a more impact on people. That's all I want to say.
Absolutely. Thank you all. I don't think, unless that someone wants to go into executive session, no one's contacted me to do that, but if someone would like to, if you could just advise. No one? Okay.
No one.
So this meeting is now adjourned at?
2:46 p.m.
Thank you.
Well. afternoon. I'm Eva Laredo, Board Chair for 2025. The other officers are Trustee Lalu Davis, Vice Chair, Trustee Sean Sheben, Secretary. And we also have with us Trustee Cynthia Linton Gary, Ms. Monica Reichart, and we have Trustee Wilson with us, and Trustee Van Stallworth. So, the special meeting of February the 5th, and we have, I'm sorry, we have Adriana Tamez on virtual.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. The special meeting for February the 5th, 2025 will now come to order at
3:02 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Marketing Committee meeting today. Before the marketing? No, before the special meeting. That's what I get for just reading. The special meeting of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and or 551.074 of the Open Meeting Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in the closed session meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is adjourned to closed session at
3:03 p.m.
For those trustees joining closed session by video conference, please be reminded to disconnect from the opening session portion of the meeting and join closed session with the WebEx link provided for closed session. Thank you. The open portion of this meeting of the special meeting of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees is reconvened at
4:11 p.m.
Adriana, you forgot about Adriana.
Trustee Tomez, we're waiting on her.
Should we wait before?
I'm here, guys.
Okay. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to appoint Renee Jefferson to the District 2 seat.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, do we need to call you as the chair? Do you need to present the item before a motion's made?
No, because we came from special session.
Yeah, yes, okay. I would like to say something.
Okay.
There were a lot of good applicants that sent their application in, and I would like to personally thank them for the interest they show. And it's a very difficult situation for the board to decide whether or not to appoint someone or to let the people in that district vote on them. And the flip side of that is if we don't appoint someone, that district doesn't have representation on that, on this board. So this has been a very difficult decision for the board to come to, and I would just like to thank all the people that show the interest, and I guess we'll have an election in November.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Trustee Wilson. I just say, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. I'm sorry.
Yes. Wait. Okay. Just a second, Thomas. Let's.
Trustee Wilson, I just want to say thank you for saying that, because you share the sentiments of the board, and it was a very difficult decision, and we did have some great applicants, and we really appreciate all of you being interested in wanting to serve and make all this money that we make on the board at Houston Community College. We sincerely appreciate that.
Thank you. Trustee Thomas?
Echoing what Trustee Wilson said as well, and Trustee Linton Gary, thanking all the applicants, all very qualified, and yeah, it's never an easy choice when you're talking about either letting the people vote or ensuring that until then that there is representation at the table. So thank you to everyone who expressed interest and met with us. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now vote on the motion regarding item A. Voting is now open.
And for clarification, the motion by Dr. Linton Gary and second by Trustee Davis is to appoint Renee Jefferson to the trustee position in District 2.
I think specifically it's Renee Jefferson Patterson.
That correction has made is to appoint Renee Jefferson Patterson to the trustee position in District 2. Voting is now
And
open.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 abstaining.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Is she here?
Give me 1 second. Let me display that motion.
Thank you. At this moment, we will be adjourning the meeting for a few minutes so that. Okay.
The special meeting is adjourned.
The special meeting is adjourned at
4:17 p.m.
Thank you. This one? Yep. Okay. Let me put this one away. Got too many papers up here. Committee as a whole. Where is she? Oh. She not? Okay.
Adriana, she on my Prieta. What's your birthday?
Ms. Renee, Sean is going to show you how to do it on the computer. So, and Trustee Wilson will show you on the book. So you have two guides. And don't hesitate to ask questions. The Committee of the Whole meeting for February the 5th, 2025 will now come to order at
4:41 p.m.
Meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen designed to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak today. I'd like to a point of privilege here, we'd like to congratulate our newest trustee and welcome her on board, Ms. Renee. Welcome. You are part of a very elite group here that we put in long hours and we're very dedicated to the students and the staff and the community of Houston Community College. So we welcome you as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I just say for the record that Trustee Temez is not going to be joining us. She isn't feeling well. Thank you.
Thank her. Any other trustees want to say something? No? Yes?
Congratulations and welcome.
Just welcome from all of us.
Welcome. Welcome.
Get ready.
Welcome.
Get ready. Get ready.
We'll begin with item A, budget workshop number 3, tuition and fees, dual credit, and exemptions and waivers. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is budget workshop number 3 with the focus on tuition and fees, dual credit and exemptions and waivers. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Sherry Hahn, Senior Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, will conduct the workshop and answer all questions from the board. Dr. Hahn.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Trustees, and Chancellor. This is our budget workshop. We will talk about the development timeline once again, a competition analysis for you so you know what's going on in the environment, some student support initiatives that you've expressed interest in and we wanted to share information about, and then some specific student support options that we've also heard are current and you have great interest in. Here is our calendar again. We're on time. We're at the February deadline, and we've completed the work due for February. So here we have a competitive view. We reviewed in-district and out-of-district combined tuition and fee rates across our 6 competitors compared to us, and added a brief matrix of the percent each competitor's rates for out-of-district exceeded in-district. As reflected here, Tarrant and San Jac, 2 other community colleges, have lower in-district rates, and we are tied with Austin Community College. In the out-of-district scenario, we have 4 competitors, Tarrant, Dallas, Alamo, and San Jac. We charge $1,020 in-district and $2,172 out-of-district for combined tuition and fees. Our concern, of course, is San Jac since they are close geographically. Here we split out the in-district tuition and fee comparison for easy viewing. The blue bars are tuition and the orange are fees. As you can see, 4 of our competitors have no fees at all. This includes San Jac, which is why we feel they are a strong competitor. Our fees are higher than the 2 competitors who do charge fees, namely Alamo and Austin. Again, here we parsed the out-of-district as a separate slide. The out-of-district tuition and fee comparison on slide 7. Again, Lone Star, Tarrant, Dallas, and San Jac have no fees at all for out-of-district students. And once again, we charge more than Alamo and Austin. Now here we did a 5-year look back on the tuition and fee in-district across competitors. Regarding in-district tuition and fee rates over the last 5 years, Alamo, Lone Star, and Dallas are more expensive than we are. Austin and us, HCC, both charge $1,020 per semester, while San Jac and Tarrant are less expensive than we are. Since the pandemic, interestingly, Alamo, Lone Star, Dallas, San Jac, and Tarrant have increased tuition and fees, while we in Austin have made no changes to those rates. And here we did a 5-year look back on the tuition and fee rates out of district across competitors. Regarding out of district rates over the last 5 years, Austin, Lone Star, and Alamo are more expensive than we are, while Dallas, Tarrant, and San Jac are less. Since the pandemic, Lone Star, Alamo, Dallas, San Jac, and Tarrant have increased tuition and fees. We've made no changes to their rates, and Austin reduced their rates in 2022. Now towards a proposal. This is with an eye toward maintaining a budget that supports operations while still balancing the interests of our students. We are recommending no increase to semester credit hour tuition and fees or mandatory fees. The full list of all of the fees associated can be found later on slides 24 to 26. And I just wanted to make the point, although we are very aware of competitive pricing pressures, we suggest that targeted discounting, which you will see on the next slides, will provide the enrollment basis for completion results we need to optimize state funding. So we're recommending no change. One of our existing student support initiatives is the dual credit program known as Financial Aid for Swift Transfer, or FAST. 5 of the 7 participating colleges do not charge for in-district tuition and fee to students or districts either way, including us. And 3 of the 7 charge out-of-district tuition and fees, but we are the lowest cost among the 3 at $22 per student credit hour. We use an average of 3 credit hours that they take per course and $65 flat fee. That's how we got to the 22. Now, this was interesting to us. I don't know that we've examined overhead as a factor when looking at costing, but we did here because we think it provides a more transparent and true financial snapshot. So here we are providing a 3-year financial review of the dual credit program. As you may notice, state reimbursement is generally paid within the year of the program delivery, so the $4.4 million received in 2024, row 5, for those of you who are paying attention to the rows, was for the FY24 program. Program and net revenue grew approximately 15% from FY22 to 23, and then again another 7% in FY24. And it went from $7.1 million to $8.7 million in row 6. However, this is the point, costs grew from FY22 to 23 by 22%, and then another 24% in FY24, mostly attributable to salary and wage increases since we pay for dual credit faculty. So we went from $2.8 million to $4.3 million on row 10. Although the net of direct revenue and expense is a positive $4 million roughly in row 11, if we account for overhead or indirect costs of the program, while educationally beneficial, it's equivalent to a loss leader of roughly $3.5 million in FY24, and you can see that in row 13. So again, if you look right bottom, you'll just see the kind of loss leader situation I'm describing. And we calculated indirect costs, or the overhead, by using our institutional support expense total divided by total contact hours, and we ended up with a cost per contact hour for this exercise of $3.71. We multiplied it by the total number of contact hours for the program. It's one of the reasons that we are negotiating with the ISDs for how to treat textbook expense. Okay, slide 14 is a snapshot of the current exceptions and waivers, including the dual credit flat fee, and we're recommending no changes here as well for FY26. There has been a growth trend in these, you can see on the right, ranging from 5 to 10% year over year. And again, we would kindly direct you to slide 27 for additional information on optional exemptions and waivers. Here are the growth strategies that I think you'll find most interesting. You've expressed interest in the past and have had questions about these. So we'll start with Houston Reconnect. This program would be geared to adult learners 25 years of age who have stopped attending within the last 5 years and who have completed 30 semester credit hours already and who are not currently enrolled. We consulted with another state with similar programs, and any longer stop-out time proved unproductive as former students had moved on with their lives, so we felt that the 5-year period was the sweet spot. Our focus on the 30 semester credit hours is intentional so we can help Houstonians achieve the kind of educational credential that will make them competitive in the labor market, but that also benefits us financially with the new regime, new HB8 funding methodology. This program, we think, is that last nudge of assistance that will help them over the finish line to getting an associate's degree. And here is the financial analysis of Houston Reconnect with a legend on the right that explains the detailed figures. We think that of the 24 some odd thousand prospects, 1/3 will be interested in this program, and that of that 1/3, 75% will actually persist to graduation. Contact hours here in this slide were calculated assuming 16 credit hours per year per student. So roughly 8,152 students reconnecting times 16 hours puts to roughly 130 some odd thousand year 1 hours. Then 75% of those would persist and would complete in year 2. So that's how the math was calculated. 4,586 students times 16 credits there gives you 73 some odd thousand credit hours. The tuition calculation was based on an in-district $33 and fees were $57.50, both per contact hour. State appropriations were based on the estimated completions with 80%, and this was a ballpark for us, we weren't sure of the right percent exactly, getting the basic rate of $3,500, an additional 25% 20%, getting the high demand addition of the $4,500. We applied an additional bonus for the age factor over 25, bringing year 1 to 8.5 million and year 2 to 25.5 million. And section H on that slide shows the cost or scholarship. So under the current performance-based model, we anticipate seeing a net gain of $18 million in year 2, but not right away. It'll take us a while to grow into that amount. Next one that we considered was the Hope Last Dollar Scholarship. This program would support in-district students who, after receiving financial aid, are still unable to pay their tuition bill. It covers tuition but not fees and will not apply to continuing ed. Again, there is an anticipated expense of $13 million here, but a corollary increase in enrollment, persistence, and transfers. We see a 9% increase in new students, that's our best guess, and a 4% increase in persistence, totaling a 13% growth. And then we'll see the financial result of that. Here we show the financials for that last dollar program. Based on FY24 in-district data, roughly 38,000 students could benefit from this program, and that number would increase by roughly 5,000 going forward. We estimated again that the scholarship would result in an additional 13% increase in enrollments, 9% for new students, 4% in persistence students. The revenue was based on the revenue calculation for tuition and fees FY24 was $17.1 million and is expected to grow to $19.4 million, again using $33 tuition and $57.50 for the fee, both per semester credit hour. In terms of state appropriations, we would estimate an increase of roughly $1.8 million due to additional student transfers, 7%, and an additional credential of value at 5%. On the expense side, financial aid would be applied before the scholarship would be applied, so this is the last dollar. Of the $19.4 million tuition, we estimate that $6.1 million would be covered by federal aid. Since we're using the same ratio, 31.3% of our students receive aid, and the remaining $13 million would be funded internally. So there is a cost to us in offering this program. But the long-term net impact after considering increases in enrollments, completions, and federal financial aid is an annual expense or reduction in revenue of $5.7 million. And that's the $13.4 million scholarship expense less the $7.6 million in revenue. Out of district, this is another concept that we just thought we would provide more information to you about, reducing out of district tuition, because this was expressed as an interest of yours previously. This strategy would seek to bolster our competitive pricing and attract additional enrollment by reducing our out of district tuition rate by 33% from $121 per credit hour to $81.67. We anticipate and this would draw an enrollment growth of 9% and a persistence growth of 4%, plus a transfer improvement of 7% and all other student completions roughly by 5%. So the long-term, the offering, the reduction in revenue for us, the long-term impact would be a $9.5 million decrease in out-of-district tuition after considering additional state appropriations and performance improvements. So again, this would be another cost should we opt to go this way. Here's the math on that last program, out-of-district tuition decrease. Tuition revenue would decrease by $14.9 million, but that decrease would be partially offset by the increase of student fee revenue due to increased enrollment, so the net loss is less than that, only $10.8 million in year one. In future years, the revenue decline would be further offset by increased state appropriations of roughly $1.3 million owing to the transfers and credentials of value. So the net impact is minus $9.5 million if we decide to go this way. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for the presentation. Trustees, any questions? Sean? I'm sorry, I didn't see that way.
I've got that gleam in my eye. On the dual credit analysis, thank you for that, really enlightening. I think me personally, I'm comfortable making an investment in dual credit, so the fact that it's a little bit in the red doesn't bother me. But there were a few things that jumped out that I think would be instructive for later in the budget process. One, and we've talked about this before, about the number of our dual credit students that do not persist to get an associate's degree. I think it would be good to understand how much we would need to improve the percentage of students that do get an associate's degree before they graduate from high school in terms of the funding impact and how much that kind of levels out the total P&L of that program. So be instructive to know. I think most of the students that do net us HB8 funding just get the 15 credit hour adjustment. I know there's a difference in the payout from the state per student on that. The other item on there that caught my eye was the institutional overhead. And I know you mentioned that there's more digging to be done with that number. I think if and when y'all do dig, it would be really interesting to have that analysis shared with the board. I think there's probably broader ramifications to that analysis than just the dual credit program, and it'd be interesting for us to understand what you find.
I understand. I'm not going to say noted. I understand.
On out of district tuition, one comment there. I know you've got the significant reduction in out of district tuition modeled. It would be interesting to understand the budget impact of just harmonizing that with San Jac. So it makes that decision a little bit harder for students that are coming in from afar and the commute is relatively equidistant and so forth. So I think it's probably a lesser number, but I think it'd be interesting to understand that. And then the final comment, which is really the big question. I'm so excited about the modeling that y'all did on the Houston Reconnect program. Very enthusiastic about the opportunity for us to, at some point as a board, vote on that. Now, the legal eagles have advised me that trying to push for that today is out of order because this was noticed as a different kind of, it's a report item versus something we can make decisions on. So I'm curious if you could walk us through what's the process that we will, as a board, be allowed to make a decision on which of these tuition assistance items we ultimately embed into the budget.
I'm planning that would be part of the April discussion when we have a complete budget picture for you, because then we would have revenues and we're going to have additional details on how those are calculated and all the expenses.
Okay,
So
so
you'll get
decision
a total-
point in April?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair? I just wanted to agree with Sean about the Houston Reconnect. I mean, I went to a very low-income high school in San Antonio, and everybody said they were going to San Antonio College. And then, it takes a few years to be out in the workforce till you really see the real value of getting your education. You drive for so-and-so, or you're doing the work and you really see your limits. And then it's really incredible to see us giving options for people who really feel like they might really benefit in their jobs and in their long-term careers. Now that they're starting to have families, et cetera, see the real upside of getting certifications and credentials. So I'm excited about it as well. Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Yes. We also have, and you might have to correct me on this, we also have a different financial structure for service areas, correct? There's another dollar value that's not here, Madam Chancellor. So the service area dollar value is not here. And our conversation.
If it's out of district, even though it's in the service area, don't they get charged out of district?
Yes.
And then the only other fee that I know that's additional for out of district is at Katy, which is a building use fee.
That's
right. So
yeah, I was about to say that because that's not.
But whether it's if it's in the state of Texas and not in our service district, it's the same rate. Is that correct? Or
The service area is the same. The fees for the service area is the same as out of district.
I believe so. Jacob, do you want to confirm that? Yeah.
So
Because
anywhere in the state.
That's what makes it a challenge for, which is why San Jac steps ahead of us in that regard, because their out of district is less than ours, and so students will drive that extra 10 miles. So that was a question. I really appreciate seeing the exemptions and the waivers, because we've been talking about how we're going to assist our students. And I see the senior citizen exemption for the 55 and older and 65 and older. So that brought in seniors, which brought in community. And that was a real piece. We also have the what is the program that covers the job and the enrollment?
Are you speaking of the
The apprenticeship program.
Right.
So those are not, high school students are not eligible for those apprenticeship programs,
Some of the
correct?
students are involved in the apprenticeship programs at the high school level, and we're expanding upon those as well.
Okay. And so this summer, you've already made a plan for encouraging high school students to look at the skills and trades
Precisely.
for level 1?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is very good. Even with the, like you said, and I have to agree with Trustee Cheevan, even with the being in the red for the first year or two, what we realize is that our student enrollment increases. And so the state appropriations eventually catch up with it. So it is good to see that all the analysis are here for our students. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the summer will bring and how we're going to increase enrollment. Something we do that I'm not sure the others do, we have a 17-to-1 ratio, 17 students to 1 professor, but some of the others have 26-to-1. And the 26-to-1 makes a difference. If you have 26 students to a professor, that makes a difference in the savings that we can have.
That's correct. But I think also, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think also, when you consider the number of workforce programs that we have also, the number has far exceeded those numbers at other institutions within our area. So that makes a difference on the average class size that we're looking at as well.
So, and my last comment is, we've had a habit of acclimating high school students in the 10th grade, which we know that doesn't work very well. If adults cannot finish a 2-year degree in 2 years, high school students cannot finish a 2-year degree in 2 years. So we were looking at onboarding earlier rather than later, which means that the 15 hours, conceivably, you can achieve 15 hours 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade. So we'll be looking at that as well, correct?
That is correct. In fact, when we had the Funding Futures program here with the coordinating board and neighboring community colleges, one of the things that we discovered was that there are a number of community colleges that are offering the PTEC program as well, and that is making a significant difference in those students' progression from the 9th, 10th through the 12th grades as well.
And so our PTEC program is still in Spring Branch and has been for many years and has been very successful, but has never transitioned across the city. So we need to see how that's going to impact our high school enrollment, because PTEC is very successful, and we've not enlarged that program, but now we see an opportunity to do that earlier rather than later.
So that will be under consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
But Trustee Davis was
I'll
waiting.
yield.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my questions had to do with some of the assumptions on slide 16 about Houston Reconnect. The 33% participation rate, is that based on some historical experience? And I'll add to that question, what's the criteria? Is it just you have 30 hours towards an associate's degree? Do you have to have some minimum GPA? You weren't on academic probation when you drop out? Are those things going to be factored in?
We can consider that. We just looked at 3 factors: the age, the fact that they were stopped out for 5 years or less, and have already completed a substantial number of semester credit hours, 30 credit hours. Those are the only factors we used.
Okay, but the 33% was not based on any criteria for we think we might-
It was actually,
I'm looking at Dr. Burge because I think she might be able to illuminate a bit more.
sure, come on. Thank you.
So with the 33%, we looked at the rate at which we're able to contact students and the success we've had at bringing them back in the past. With 30 credit hours, it's usually not their GPA that kept them from completing. So we used historical data and then assumed we would do at least as well as we have in the past at luring students back, since this would be a tuition discounting program. We could see the major obstacle is actually contacting the students.
So that 75% persistence is also based on sort of historical.
Right, it's based on both historical data and what other community colleges have seen when they started a Reconnect program, because Reconnect tends to increase the persistence rate a little bit because students know that they have a way to fund their education, and so there's fewer students leaving because of the financial barriers.
Not to be callous, but if a student re-engaged or reconnected, are there any penalties for, okay, I signed up to, enrolled in 12 hours of courses and then just leave in October or something?
I don't believe that they modeled the students, and there may be some who did that, but these are students who have successfully completed 30 hours, so they do have a history of successful enrollment. It is likely that the students would be part-time because generally these students do have families, they have full-time jobs, and there's a lot of opportunity cost in leaving the jobs, so they typically don't leave their employment.
I just think it's important that we're thinking it, because if we're fronting the money essentially and they can just walk away scot-free, we're left holding the bag. So I think that's just important to keep in mind in that regard as the conversation persists.
Absolutely.
Like what I did there.
Thank you.
The other question has to do with the last dollar scholarship. If we're going to lose $5.68 million when we, do the math, the 13 million less the, the different adjustments, what ultimately do we achieve with that?
Well, we are bringing in an education for community members who might not have had any opportunity without our help. So it's a cost to us, but it's what we believe we want to do to support our mission as a community college and support members of our community who deserve a chance to get ahead.
And so in that sense, that last dollar is really making up the gap for those who can't complete their tuition. Okay, good. That's it.
Trustee Wilson.
You go too fast. I can't comprehend everything here. On page 5, there's no out-of-state in the comparison, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the other big thing that I'm a little surprised at was I did not realize that San Jacinto and Lone Star did not have fees. And I'm wondering if we as a board should maybe take a look at our fees and see what we can do with them. That kind of surprises me. And when you add our fees and our tuition, we're right at San Jacinto. And then after, let me find the other, the dual credit, the 3 million, where was that page?
Dual credit was
Page 13.
page 12 and 13.
13, page 13, yeah, here it is. So, to me, dual credit is, I hope the legislature addresses it a little more, because in addition to growing and being a deficit of 1.8, 2.4, and 3.5 million in 24, it also takes students away from us because they got the education while they were, and that's probably a good thing for them, but for us, it's a drain, and it's less people that we can market our school to. But in kind of a bigger picture overall thing and trying to grasp everything here, coming to grips with what's coming down the pike with the federal government and the Department of Education going away, supposedly, and the state government going to issue vouchers. I don't know what effect that's going to have on our budget and how that's going to impact us and with our mission. And I'm just kind of sitting here befuddled with all your numbers and thinking about all those options and what we should do as a board to,
Our game plan, because of the uncertainty of the environment that we're all in right now, is for our April presentation, we wanted to have two snapshots of the total budget. One would be kind of status quo, and the second version would be what if, goodness, we hope not, but what if the international student revenue declines substantially? That's a distinct possibility, so I want you to be able to see side by side what the impact is. We have ballpark numbers on that, but it's too early to share them. I don't want you to lock into that number if I give it. But our goal is to provide those parallel pictures.
our international students, aren't they about half of what they were 10 years ago? Did we
I
got
don't have
3,000 and we had 6?
The numbers have decreased, but one of the things.
It's coming back slowly.
Yeah, they're coming back. We have increased the numbers once again since COVID. However, one of the strategies that we have discussed is looking at those prospective students who would be paying the tuition and the fee costs, and we're talking about those working adults who are currently working business and industry who, for the most part at this time, represent the lowest numbers of students who are enrolled here. And we're talking about that median age of 35. So with the HB 8, we have an opportunity now to market our programs more so to that population that will be fee paying. And so that's what we're attempting to do as well.
Well, on the international students, the other,
Correct.
the other variable in that is what's going to happen to the immigration policy, you know.
Absolutely. And one additional piece with that is that with our online college, you heard about the expanse of that. We already have a number of online students now. So those students with the 100% online programs, it's a matter of ensuring that they are aware that if there is a problem, that they would be able to access our courses online as well, virtually, anytime, anywhere, irrespective of where they are. And we know that that will not benefit all of the students, but for a substantial number of them that it would.
You know, I guess to sum up, these are uncertain times and uncertain waters we're heading into, and I'm not sure which way to paddle the boat and what direction that'd be the best. This is a big decision, our budget and what we're going to do this year, and with all the uncertainties here. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I also had noted on here about fees, you know, that if there was any way we could reduce or omit fees, and that way we just charge them one amount, and that's total, you know, and, but, you know, it's interesting to look at and see, well, how much money would we be saving the students? Because I'm always about saving for them. And if they're going to look at our tuition and fees versus the neighbors, you know, then if it's just a matter of a few dollars, then they're going to think, well, I might as well just go somewhere else. You know, so we need to look at all the options available and look at it as if we were the student. How would we go? What would we do? And so that's why I thought sometimes it throws them off when they see fees. They thought, well, I'm just going to pay for this class and it's going to cost X number of dollars. And then when they go and pay, they have all this added. And so they don't understand that, you know, so I like for us to see that. I know with the dual credit, we've been pushing it in that we say we need our ISDs to participate. So if it's already going to cost us $3 million, you know, the investment, and if we keep pushing it, then it's look at it doubling the amount, doubling the expense amount. You know, never mind the increase in enrollment, but that's where I would say that we need to reach out to all those community people out there and these billionaires that just want to remember HCC's here. We're doing a great job. Send some of that money to us. So thank you.
We need to get some money out of the state on dual credit. Get some more. There needs to be a funding mechanism from the state. I'm not sure how Romel's going to make that happen, but
Justin, I recall him guaranteeing us that he was going to make that. That was
I do remember
that's
that.
my recollection.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, if there's no other questions, and thank you again.
My pleasure.
And we'll go to the next item. Item B, approval of HCC schedule of tuition and fees effective fall 2025. And Dr. Margaret Ford Fisher, will you present the item?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Be delighted to present it, members of the board. This item is recommending your approval of HCC schedule of tuition and fees effective fall of 2025. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Student Services, and Dr. Sherry Hahn, Senior Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, will come to the podium and present the item and answer the questions.
Sorry. Before we continue, is there a motion to approve item B?
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. It has been moved in second, so now.
Okay, so now repeat that. I'll be delighted to, Madam Chair. This item recommending your approval of HCC schedule of tuition and fees effective fall 2025. And with your permission, I will ask Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Student Services, and Dr. Sherry Hahn, Senior Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, to present all information pertaining to this item and answer all questions.
Thank you.
I think it's in here. Is it in here? It's basically presenting you, I think you have the attachment on the tuition and fees that we're looking at that was just discussed on the budget on that workshop. And so these are just the tuition and the tuition costs that we're proposing. Again, no changes in tuition and fees for either both in district and out of district. And you have the list of some of the
It was page 11 of the budget workshop is what contained them.
So we're asking for your approval on the tuition fees.
Trustees, any questions? The good thing is that there's no increase.
That's the good part.
Okay, so voting is now open. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead, Trustee Wilson.
I think I've made this comment several years previously about approving the revenue side of our budget, not having the expense side, and it's always, it seems like we only have half the picture, and you're asking us to make a decision with half the data. And I understand how we have to get through all of it, and we've got to set the tax rate by, August or something, and, I understand. Okay, that's my annual comment.
You understand, but you don't agree. Okay, yes.
I understand your concern. Part of it is being able to get the information out to the students. We begin the fall registration in April, and then we also have to publicize it in our catalog. And that also goes into, we try to get it out by April the 11th as well. So that's and there's not a meeting in March. And so when we meet in April, it's a little too late to meet those deadlines. So but we understand what you're saying. It's a matter of, again, enrollment, being able to enroll students at HCC.
The nature of the beast.
The budget challenge is we have to keep to that revenue limit because we want to present a balanced budget. So that's going to be our heavy lift in March. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Did just want to, had some good discussion in the previous topic about out-of-district tuition, and I know we need to approve this now, but just wanted to make sure that if we given the full picture of both revenues and expenses, decide that we would want to lower out-of-district tuition, that is still an option available to us later in the process.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item C, approval to continue to waive all tuition and fees for all early college, high schools, and P-TECH students effective fall 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is to request board members' approval for the administration to continue to waive all tuition and fees for all early college, high school, and P-TECH students effective fall 2025. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Perez and Dr. Hahn to respond to all questions.
Again, this is what traditionally we have done. We have waived the tuition for both early college, high school, and P-TECH students. So we're asking again for your approval to continue to waive those for our dual credit P-TECH and early college, high school students.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions, comments? So we're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion to approve item D, approval to continue applying a flat rate and waiver for traditional dual credit students effective fall 2025?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to request board members' approval to continue applying a flat rate and waiver for traditional dual credit students effective fall 2025. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Perez and Dr. Hahn will answer all board member questions.
Board members, do you have any questions? Yes? It's already. Oh, did you want to make a presentation on it?
Well, I was just
Go
going to say,
ahead.
this are the students who are not, the dual credit students who are not in an early college, high school, or P-TECH. These are what we call traditional. So again, it's waiving the tuition for the in-district, and it's charging a flat fee of $65 for out-of-district.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? Ready to vote? Let's vote. Most of them by going too fast.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion to approve item E, approval of optional tuition and fee exemptions and waivers effective fall 2025?
So moved.
Second.
And it has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. As indicated, this item is presented to request board members' approval of optional tuition and fee exemptions and waivers effective fall 2025. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Perez and Dr. Hahn will respond to questions.
These are all the waivers that we have for all the other, like, for example, the seniors, those 65 and older, 55, and so forth. So you have the list in your packet.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Comments? Nope. Ready to vote?
has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion to approve item F, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for December 2024?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, this item is presented to recommend that the board accept the monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for December 2024. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Sherry Hahn will respond to all questions from the board. Dr. Hahn.
Yes, happy to. This month, we showed a healthy $1.8 million gain owing mostly to U.S. Treasury activity. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Board members, any questions? Trustee Wilson.
Give us a quick review of expenses and revenues, how they're running for the year.
On the investment report?
Fiscal impact?
Yes. Oh, this is just the investment, not
Yeah.
hello.
Have a summary on fiscal
It's
impact
just the
on the first
investment.
page.
I'm sorry.
Ready to vote? Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Shaw.
Yeah, just that net revenue number, once again, is starting to creep up. Just at the earliest convenience, it would be good to have an understanding of options to leverage that before we hit just putting in fund balance. So I don't know if that's an April or May discussion, but I know last year, I think we were down to the wire and we were voting on amendments at the 11th hour. If we could avoid that this time, that'd be ideal.
Understood, thank you.
Ready to vote?
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Item G, we'll move to item G, update on the strategic plan. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is an update to the board on the strategic plan and also provides progress on assessment of the strategic plan. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Andrea Burridge, Vice Chancellor of Research and Data Analytics, will provide a brief overview and answer all questions. Thank you, Dr. Burridge.
Thank you. So in this update of the strategic plan, we reported the ongoing progress by examining the KPIs for the strategic plan and see that our student success KPIs are increasing. We also examined our leading indicators, which are predictive of future success on those KPIs that are lagging, like completion and job placement, and saw that our leading indicators are also increasing year over year, suggesting that we will see continued growth on the KPIs of the plan as a whole. And since you have the presentation, I will take questions.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Shaw.
One question and one comment. Some of the numbers are moving in a really phenomenal way. I think the transfer rate in there, 32%, I think was the number.
Yeah.
A couple years out of date, but that is almost peer leading from the last IPEDS data poll that I saw. I think that's right up there with Austin Community College. Long-winded way of saying it would be amazing if we could get these data against our full benchmarkable peer set. If we are really hitting it out of the park, which I think we are, our ability to brag about that, especially during a legislative session, just to start winning hearts and minds that investments in HCC are going to deliver outsized returns versus our peer set. And then if we do have gaps where we're lagging behind our peers, just making those more visible so that we can focus on them. I think that peer set view on all this data would be really helpful. The comment is, I think, Trustee Wilson, you mentioned annual comments being made. I know I threw a bit of a tantrum last year about our strategic plan. and that we haven't refreshed that as a board in quite some time. Just want to make a call that, fitting that into the cadence this year feels appropriate, especially as Trustee Wilson highlighted, given everything that's going on in the world. It might be a good idea for us to step back and think strategically about how HCC fits into all of that. So just if we can fit that into the cadence, I think that would be time well spent.
Absolutely. It's important, too, for accreditation that the board review the strategic plan and occasionally and make adjustments as necessary.
I want to, on page 4, congratulations on the increase in your plan, KPI progress. It looks very impressive. I know that other community colleges are losing enrollment. And so to see us growing in persistence and enrollment is really, really encouraging. So congratulations for that.
Yeah. Any other trustees? Comments? We keep saying that, I see the comparisons with our neighboring colleges, but I still like to say that Houston Community College is unique. It's unique because we're in the inner city, and the inner city has so many challenges. And even though we have all those challenges, we're still, moving forward. We're still offering so many opportunities, so many classes to the students. So I want to thank all of you for all the hard work that you're doing. I want to thank our trustees for being so committed to our students, our community. So on that note, let me find it. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at
5:34 p.m.
Wait.
To accept the financial statement.
I thought we did. We voted. Did we do all our votes? Yes. Okay. Yes, we did. Oh, it was 8-0. Okay. So thank you. Be safe. Happy Valentine's to all of you. You won't see us again till the 19th. So be safe out there. Thank you.